Max? Nice to meet you, sir.
Okay, the live stream is running with the audio. And let me get my other one up and we'll be ready. Just a second.
We're running the clock.
And you may want to pull your microphones down just a hair. There you go. I don't want it to hit you, but that way you can talk into it a little bit. Because I had them all pointed that way.
Yeah, to pick up all our talking.
We're going to fix the names. I saw it last meeting, and Jonah's going to fix it because we just discussed it. The names up here, we'll change the names out.
You hear that, Jonah?
All right.
It on his computer. I saw it last meeting.
Man, many talents.
You're on?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to call this regular city council meeting to order on Tuesday, May 26th. Let's do a roll call, please.
Shana Martinez, District 1.
Houston Marchman, District 2.
Nicole Schreiner, District 3.
Tobin Ship, District 4.
Valerie Solis, District 5.
Bruce Alexander, Mayor. Let's all stand, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's do the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Pastor Max, would you please lead us in an invitation?
Heavenly Father, we come before you, Lord God, and we're just so grateful for this day, Lord God, that you protect us, that you give us wisdom, Lord God, give us foresight, Lord, and making these decisions that are in front of us, Lord God. Help guide everyone, everyone that is here and all those that are needed to make these decisions, not just thoughts, but actions, Lord God. Heavenly Father, we're grateful for the rain, Lord, and that you may continue to bring rain on our land, and Lord God, and just protect us as we're driving in the rain and the storm. And Heavenly Father, I pray for time, Heavenly Father, that we can make it home safe and make it in time, that where it's not too late, and that we can be home at a reasonable hour. In Jesus' name, everybody said,
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to move into citizens' comments. The City Council will hear comments from any citizen or visitor. Speakers must address their comments to the presiding officer. Rather than individual council members or staff, stand at the podium, speak clearly into the microphone, and state your name, residential address before speaking. Speakers will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes for testimony. In accordance with the State Open Meetings Act, the City Council is restricted from discussing or taking action on items not listed on the agenda. Action can only be taken in a future agenda. Is anyone here for citizens' comments? Okay, as I always do, I'll ask a second time. Anyone for citizens' comments? Hearing none, we'll close that item. We'll move straight into the consent agenda, which consists of A, the minutes for May 12th, B, the minutes for May 18th, C, authorize a surety bond for the city administrator in accordance with resolution number 139, D, authorize a change order for the construction of restroom and shower facilities at the regional park pool, and E, adopt updates to the city of Castroville purchasing policy and procedures in accordance with changes of state law. I'm going to remove item E from the consent agenda. Is there anyone else?
Item D, please. Can we please do that?
Item
D.
Item D. Okay. Anything else? Okay. If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve the consent agenda items A, B, and C. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Let's go straight to item D, authorize a change order for the construction of restrooms and shower facilities at the regional park pool. Ms. Martinez, did you want to make a motion on that so we can start a discussion?
Make a motion or voice my issues?
Well, normally under Robert's rules, you would make a motion and then that would open up discussion. So,
Okay. So,
and it's okay if you want to approve it and then talk about it, or you just don't want to approve it, or however, but just so we can start a discussion, please, ma'am.
okay.
It's okay.
I make a motion that we approve it following discussion.
That's all right. There'll be a discussion afterwards.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Can I get a second for that approval?
I'll second.
Motion made and second to approve the construction, change order for the construction of restroom shower facilities to the regional park pool. Now we open it up for discussion. Ms. Martinez, please.
Council approved $205,000 for the pool house. The total is $4,373 over what was approved. I see in here it says CSI Division 1 General Requirements Conditions totaling $13,078. What does that entail?
Good question. Anybody want to take a stab at that? Mr. What is this?
Jonah?
Yeah, I
Dick,
looked
sir.
at the same list y'all did. I don't know if Jonah, we got this, one of the reasons, we got this kind of late Friday.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if did you amend the packet? End up doing that?
Mhm.
We discussed whether to give it to you separate or not. So
Okay.
we haven't had a whole lot of time to vet everything in it. I don't know if you got an explanation from them, what that entails.
It's just trying to explain what the extra $4,000 is.
I will
Am I correct?
suggest,
Say that one again. I'm sorry. What was
Okay.
it was a general,
The CSI Division 1 General Requirements Conditions totaling $13,078. What does that entail?
I can verify with Frontera. I did have an OAC meeting today with Frontera, and they're very willing and open to work with the city. They understand that we did have a $205,000 cap, but again, one of the things is we did increase the amount of fixtures in this building from the original building that was presented for the community center. So we're at like $500 a square foot. We have 12 fixtures in this building, so we're pretty in line. I mean, in terms of the building size and how many fixtures we have, it's a lot of fixtures in there. But I can check with Frontera and see exactly what that
And
item
then,
is.
and then also number 10, what falls under specialties totaling $8,500.
I can verify.
I guess what I'm hearing, and I'm going to let everybody else talk about it, that if I'm understanding correctly, you're okay with 205, but you're questioning the extra.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because people are going to ask us.
I understand because we based on that. Mr. Marchman, did you have any comments?
Are you comfortable with what Frontier brought us?
I am.
And you think that's valid with the extra?
Yes.
What is it,
437.
436?
Even though you don't know what it is?
Yes, I think, quite frankly, based on what was presented in the original community center package as an alternate, we had, if I remember correctly, we only had 4 restrooms in there, and now we have 12 fixtures. So we've got 2 outdoor showers, 3 showers, an ADA restroom, 3 toilets. I mean, we're increasing that building, and we've only gone up about $5,000. I think that's a pretty fair assessment.
one of the things that I was looking at and considering if we wanted to look at changing any aspect of this. I noticed they have 2 outdoor showers on one end, but not on the other.
That's correct.
And I thought, well, I wonder, one, if we could just add 2 to the end and what that would cost and leave everything else as is. Or if you're really concerned about like trying to get the cost down, we'll eliminate one of the indoor because you got 3 indoor showers. Go to 2 indoor showers and add 2 more on the outside. You have a total number of showers increasing by 1. I see someone shaking their hand or head going, no, I don't like that idea. But anyway,
So yeah, and
Thinking out
a couple of items. I mean, going back and forth with Frontera and LPA on this. I mean, there is the option to nix one of the indoor showers, and that would obviously drive costs down. The other option is to change the metal roof to a shingled roof, which I don't know if council. I would not recommend that either. But again, considering that we increased the building size and the amount of fixtures and it only went up $5,000, I understand I say only 5,000, but considering the size and the fixtures amount that increased, I think it's pretty fair. But I can still come back and get you the exact what CSI Division 1 and CSI Division 10 are.
How long is their contract, their bid for, good for?
Up until June 15th.
Okay, so we could come back on the 9th with more information. Mr. Cole, Ms. Schreiner?
Yes, so the 2 things that come up for me is we're talking about a $4,000 difference, which is not completely insignificant, but also not exactly wildly substantial. And also the community has been without showers and without restrooms, without a changing area for well over a year. And so the timeliness of getting it done, I think, is incredibly important, and people have been waiting for a long time, and it does really impact the accessibility that people have to use the city facility. So,
And I understand, and I agree with you on that. But I also note the construction on this is 4 to 6 months, so it won't make it till the end of the year. But I understand yours, and that's a point that I brought up when we approved this funding in February. So yes, ma'am, I agree with you on that. Anything else, ma'am? Okay, Mr. Chip,
No, I agree right now.
Ms. Solis?
Can you confirm, Mr. Dixon, whether or not it was approved about adding the water heater to the overall schematics? Is that also included?
Yes, we
in
do
the
have
site
instant
plan?
water heaters for showers and some of the faucets.
Okay, and then I think the discussion too was about a separate room for cleaning supplies and that of that nature.
A janitorial.
There was not a janitorial closet added, no, but I think we have room on the
Yeah.
on the south side of the building to add some type of like, not a foot locker, but some type of locker that we can mount to just hang those items.
Well, yeah. There's also two other. You have the building we're building around the community center, which has that space in it. So there's space for that
Yeah.
in the community building, and there's also the pool building that's right next to the pool that has space for some of
Okay.
that. So I don't know that. I was going to ask whether there's an appetite to pursue additional showers on the south end of the building. Is that something that anybody's interested in, or is that only?
I don't know, but
I think
I think for me right now, so there is just a lot of a negative narrative surrounding obviously the community center, the delay, the cost, and then of course the restrooms inadvertently left out or whatever. But as yes, $4,000 isn't significant. It still is worth discussing. But we've already kicked this can down the road quite a bit. So I at some point it needs to just be in the pipeline to get done.
And I agree. I agree with that. I just want to make sure we have all the answers
I
to our
agree.
questions. That way, if somebody comes back to us and say, "Hey, what the heck?"
I heard you. Okay,
So we got a motion.
is every shower getting a water heater?
Yes.
Okay, but I heard you say some are.
Sinks. I have to confirm, but in the plans it does show that every shower is getting instant water heaters,
Good.
and they're going to be indoors, so that way they're
I
not.
just wanted to make sure of that because
Same thing with sinks.
maybe I misheard you.
No.
I just
Outdoor
wanted-
showers heated as well.
Not necessarily.
I believe so,
Maybe.
but I'll confirm. I
Yeah,
think since
that's
the
two
pipe's
that I
already
expect
there,
maybe wouldn't be heated.
I might
Sorry
expect
for the
them
detail.
not.
Are they gas?
Okay.
I just got one thing. I got
I
one more.
believe they're electric.
They're going to be electric.
We do have a gas line right there.
One last thing.
This information, when it comes to you guys with the dollar amounts on here, how long ago did you get this?
It's on Friday.
Oh, Friday afternoon
On
at
Friday,
3 o'clock.
Okay. All I ask is if we get it in time, that we understand, we being, you all understand exactly where these dollars go before
Absolutely.
we come up here. And that way it gives us, we need to make timely decisions. So you need to get here better prepared with those kind of numbers.
Absolutely.
And that way we
Understood.
can make a
Yeah.
decision.
We were weighing whether to bring it in because we were hoping to get this sooner than Friday.
Yeah.
Right? But we got it. Not only we not get it Friday morning, we got it late in the day on Friday, and it's like, okay, do we pull it from the agenda? Leave it in? We
And
understood.
Yes.
Given
And
the
I-
timeliness, we
I
have-
apologize for that because
No.
even in your packets, it's missing the agenda submission form as well. So it was kind of put together pretty quickly.
Any further discussion? None, I'll entertain a motion. We have a motion. Let's vote on this motion to approve the change order for the construction of restroom and shower facilities at Regional Park for the total of
$9,037,
9,000.
$373,
not to exceed
not to exceed.
that amount. Okay? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign? Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right.
We'll provide a report on those costs.
Thanks,
On the-
Okay.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you.
Item E, which is the adopt updates to the Castroville purchasing policy and procedures in accordance with changes in state law. The whole idea behind this was state law changed last September 1 to make the bid requirements, raised it from 50,000 to 100,000. So that was the idea behind this. However, the purchasing policies and procedures that the city has are in several ways in violation of city ordinances. And taking the lead that we did, like for development agreements, when you have an amendment, you have a chance to go through it all. I am asking city council to take no action on this and for staff to work with the city attorney to make the appropriate changes, then bring it back to us.
Yeah.
If anything, maybe we can approve raising the bid amount, but I wouldn't approve the policy as written at this time. That's my request.
Well, specifically, Mayor, the things that you were mentioning were some of the federal requirements that were included in our policy that had been there.
There are provisions that don't match up with city ordinances. For example, there's provision in there that says the city administrator makes the budget. That's not in accordance with ordinance. It says that city administrator signs contracts. That's not in accordance with the ordinance because only council signs contracts. So there's certain things in there that need to be corrected to match up with our city ordinances. Now, I know this policy has been in place since 2013 when former Mayor Lee signed it and then it was amended in 16. I don't know what happened. I don't know why it was done, but I can tell you right now, it does not comply with the ordinances.
Okay. I thought maybe if there were a few places where the federal regulations are, we could simply add.
Well, the other one that you brought up, for example, if you look in the back, there's a requirement for the city to follow Davis-Bacon Act, prevailing wages. City's only required to follow that when they're dealing with federal funds.
Right.
Otherwise, the city's not required to do it. And by putting a requirement on us, that raises the cost of public works projects, potentially. So there's some things that I think we need to look at a little differently. So I'm asking that this item be put back to staff and attorney and we kind of work on it. So I'm literally asking for no action on it. Unless somebody wants to move forward on that. If not, we'll move on. City Administrator report. Mr. Dixon.
Yes, sir. Let me get there. Almost. All right. So I mentioned this earlier, there's a number of updates in here that kind of say weather permitting. So obviously the drainage work has been impacted pretty significantly. Some of the streets work's been impacted. We're grateful for the rain, but man, is it messing with our schedules. So that obviously the Geneva Channel improvements fall in that category. I'm a little concerned we bought that. We have the FlexMat sitting out there, and I'm going to talk to my guys. When they took it off the truck, it probably wasn't all that heavy because it's just rolled up where that material is. It's been rained on several times since. I'm wondering how heavy those things are and how long we have to let them dry out before we can use them, just to move them because they're however many feet long. Anyway, so we'll end up dealing with some delays related to this rain. And again, grateful for the rain, just causing some issues. The pond closure, I know that's hot on our minds, something we're trying to hit. One of the things that I've been asked for is to get some dates, enclosure dates or long-term dates. This will be one of those projects that I'll give you different milestone dates. We don't really, until the project's actually funded and there's a plan and what we're going to do. It's really just shooting in the dark as far as figuring out a terminus for when the total project will be finished. But the next major milestone will be meeting with staff on June 4th. That's coming from Lochner to review their plan. What does this look like? What is the drainage plan that they put together for the wastewater treatment pond's going to look like? And what is their, importantly, what's their cost, the project cost? What's their estimate of funds, that kind of thing. So I'll have a better update on June 4th, but they have made some pretty good progress getting that plan together for us. Skipping around a little bit. ADA handrail, I mentioned that was installed, so it's done. Lions Park splash pad, I called this out. I had stated in my last report that we would test, we'd made their repairs, or Advanced Aquatics made their repairs, and we would test the system. And if everything was okay, then we would go in and backfill. Unfortunately, everything wasn't okay when we finally tested the system. There were like 5 of the different features that were not functioning for one reason or another. So we are coordinating with Advanced Aquatics to get that fixed. And frankly, we're in a position where if they don't get out there and fix it, then we may be making those repairs. We'll just see what we can get done. But again, rain is hampering that effort to a certain extent because it's a big muddy mess at the moment. Highway 90, you've got a lot of plans in your, that's one reason why the project or the packet was as large as it was. What you have are the plans that the developers put together. The primarily Alsatian Oaks was required to make a number of changes, and that's what you probably see on Facebook, Nextdoor, around Walmart, those entrances and exits. You know, the gas stations now are right in and right out only, and that's the permanent improvement that TxDOT required of Alsatian Oaks. They're not done making those improvements, but that's what that plan set is all the different improvements that were required to be completed by the contractors for Alsatian Oaks. Flat Creek also has some improvements that they'll need to do, but according to TxDOT, they've asked them to wait and not start those improvements until the improvements Alsatian Oaks is doing are completed. But they're they're more minor in nature as far as they're not as.
I will say that thank you. I got the preliminaries on relocation of the utilities. That's something that council's been asking for a while, so we at least know what it is, so we can look at it. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
We kind of only just got those, Mayor, from Respec. They told us they got their plans, and frankly, TxDOT, it's a moving target right now. They've already made some additional design changes that may impact our sewers. So
well,
we're not done.
City council needs to make an informed decision on how those relocations are done, whether we continue to work with the TxDOT contractor or whether we employ our own contractor. It's something the city council has to make a final decision on, but we need to have the information to be able to move forward.
John, do you know when that ship sails, as far as up to what point we can make that decision? Oh, no, we can wait until the item. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
I was going to have a demonstration. That's what I was going to ask you for. I kept thinking, man, I was going to ask Jonah. The roof samples, do you have those somewhere?
At the office.
Great. Okay. Well, I was going to show you what that looked like. The repairs above your head. It was pretty extensive what they did. They scraped off the rock. They got down to the bare wood. And then they applied a TPO. It's about that thick across the roof, and then it had basically what looked like a cardboard about this thick piece of material applied over the top of that, and then the sheeting was applied. And that sheeting, they took it all the way up the wall. They made those improvements around the walls as well, and then over, and replaced the metal downspouts. And then we still had some rain intrusion, and we're gonna experiment to see what the actual fix is. But right now they've added some splashing to the sills of the windows, where the base of the window is. The idea being that they can stop the water from sitting on that sill and going down between the wall. But again, this will be trial and error to a certain extent until we can fix it at a point where it's not leaking. But we're very, very grateful for getting that done as quickly as it got done.
Do we have a warranty guarantee program with that?
Yeah, there is I think it's a 3-year.
3-year?
Yeah, with the contract y'all awarded.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll double check the time frame, but I'm pretty sure it's 3-year. The library expansion. So this is where my report got very lengthy, and part of it was just for our 3 new council members. I want to make sure y'all had kind of the background, the detail, because this has been an evolving situation with City Hall, and that was why that got a little bit lengthy. But if you just kind of skip to the end, which is the next steps, and I understand Mayor had reached out to me about some thoughts he had, and so.
Well, I believe, based on the information provided, that the city should end its contract with Pew Constructors Ford Powell and Carson for the design build of the library expansion, because my understanding, based on the information provided, the work they were hired for is done. It was more conceptual, and now in order to move forward, they want contract amendments to do designs, to do other things like that. So my thought is asking council to end that contract, and then we can literally task one of our engineers. We don't have to even go out anywhere, because we could use it as tasking to develop design plans and specs, and then put it out for bid and move forward. That's my position, because we keep talking with these folks. It seems to me, the way I read this, unless we give them more money, we're kind of at a standstill anyway. So say thank you, move on.
So this is a contract that has come to its end?
Well, the way I'm reading it is they've met the terms of what their contract is.
Right.
In order to go farther, they want contract amendments.
Yeah.
So I personally, I've never liked the design build concept, because I'd rather have a design that we approve and then put it out for bids. But that's a whole other thing. But so I'm proposing in this one, and then task our engineers at the next meeting to design a building, plans and specs, so we can go out for bid.
Yeah, we can
just
go
move
either
on.
direction at this point. I don't think either one's going to be any faster or slower necessarily.
I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Well, we weren't even, it was to do a design and build. It was never conceptual.
Well, so when they made their original presentation on the design build process, they laid out that that would happen in 3 phases. And the first phase was this concept and get a scoping fee, if you will, or an estimate of probable cost. So they got to the point of estimate of probable cost on the City Hall building. That's where this gets a little confusing is that whole process was really laid out for City Hall. The library expansion was kind of an afterthought. We included it because it would make, if we ended up doing the library, which was a big if at the time, it would make that process easier by already including it in this project. We'd have done all the purchasing stuff and gotten that out of the way. But as things evolved, as kind of laid out in the background, it became less about City Hall and more about the library.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyway, the point is when they started out, it was about getting to an estimate of probable cost, which they've done on both plans. They've told us it was whatever $3.5 million for one of the phases of City Hall, or if you wanted to do the exterior addition, and it was 4.5 or whatever that amount was. And then for the library, they gave us that $500,000 estimate. That essentially, to the mayor's point, that ended that portion. The next phase, which was always contemplated, we're going to go from this phase to this phase to this phase, and it'd be an evolving project, and it would just hum along. That's where we're at with the library. So we could either enter a contract where they've already sent me kind of language on the library and do a separate, make this just about the library at this point, a design build for the library. And it would be very similar to what the mayor's outlined. I mean, they've got an architect that designed it. And, there would be 2 phases, the next 2 phases, which we could do at one time, if you will. Or we could just nix all of it and say, we're done. Thank you very much. And
Take that information and use it as a foundation to do design plans. That's my proposal. That's it.
there will be some repeat just because their architect has already had some conversations with the stakeholders about
Sure.
space planning, that sort of thing.
But that's I'm sorry for saying this, but I believe that's why we don't have plans, because they haven't been contracted to do that. This caught me off guard because I thought we were working towards plans.
Yeah, when we approved it, when we
So-
did the CIP,
Yeah, so this whole thing caught me off guard. We don't have plans yet. So that's my personal thought. So that's why I said, okay, let's end this and move forward.
Right.
That's my thought.
So we need to make a motion.
Well, the one of the questions
You can.
there was, are we properly noticed to be able to do that in this meeting? Out of the report,
No.
it does say discuss and take appropriate action, and the item the way it was listed is what on the
Here.
It says current contractual procedural status, specifically this and this, and all I'm asking is to end the contract. If not, it's okay, because I brought up things that if we can't properly notice, we can bring it to the next meeting.
You're right. Right.
Okay, good.
Right.
All right. We'll just go from there. Right. Go ahead. And
I think-
basically, we have some things, we're gonna bring back City Hall and some library and some other things too with that. Okay.
I gave you a brief update on joint airport zoning ordinance, just that we're going to get that kick-started and
Sure.
talk to the county about moving that forward. And then the FAA letter, just kind of an update there. Looking at the April minutes, 14th minutes, as was discussed at the workshop very briefly. The next step is to work with Dan on redoing the lease with the MVYBA to make that lease more eligible for that whole complex to be a public use, and then to go to the FAA and say, hey, this is a public use. Let's see if we can get the property declared as non-aeronautical.
If I may make a comment there, we should not, unless we have to, we should not be dealing direct with FAA. We should be dealing with TxDOT Department of Aviation, who then deals with FAA on our behalf. It's my understanding from speaking with other folks, that's who we need to work with and get them to help us with FAA instead of us going direct to FAA.
Right.
We should follow the process. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Well, and I mean, back in April, I made the motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep, thank you. That we need to get that letter and discussion started now. And while we're waiting for the response on that, we go ahead and start redoing, looking at the agreement between us and the Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association to remove the part that says for Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association use only.
Right.
And we also, one of the requirements is we had to get a lease agreement between the city and the airport.
A ground lease.
A ground lease. We had to get that drafted. That way, if we get
Right.
the okay from the FAA, TxDOT,
Yeah,
whoever,
through the channels.
that way we were ready. We had the documents ready. We could just pull the trigger. And then we also had Plan B, I said, that we had to do in the event that they come back and say, nope, ain't happening, does not qualify, they need to leave.
We
So,
Or 36.
But
or yeah, the $36,000 a year with CPI increase every year. So I'm a little upset that still hasn't happened yet.
Well, it sounds like a lot of time. It's been 2 meetings since that motion.
But still, I mean, it's been 2 years since we haven't responded to the FAA on the violation. Because it was written up in 2024 as the the violation was not fair market value paid.
Yeah.
So when can we expect the response? The letter?
When can we get this
We're
done?
not doing a response because that's what the mayor was just talking about. And I included the letter for your reference in there that we got from the FAA, but I think he's right. We need to go through Ben Breck and just follow that process and work through TxDOT Aviation. So that's what we're doing.
follow the directive of council.
Right, but it's.
Right.
What's the
But-
timeframe?
Okay,
By
we're
next meeting?
we're doing that
or-
now.
It won't be next meeting, but Dan and I will get together and work on the lease, and I'll get you a time frame because
Well-
a lot of that is dependent on our
Well-
legal counsel back and forth.
Well, I'm going to ask this question, Sheena, because I think you're talking about, will council be privy to the correspondence before it's sent?
To FAA, absolutely.
Okay,
If we were to send something to FAA,
thank you.
yeah.
I'm not questioning, I know you have clear direction, but I know there's some people that want to see stuff like that.
Sure, I get it.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I apologize. We
Is that,
Can we come up with just a rough time frame of when we're gonna execute this response, this letter?
yeah.
It's been a month already.
Yeah, how quickly we can turn something around, I'd say at least 60 days to get the draft leases. Because I also want to get with the MVYBA on the lease agreement.
Mhm.
If we're going to touch it. But I think 60 days is realistic to get that together. But I will, one of the things that I am working on is putting together a task list of all the open agenda items like this, where the motion's been made, directives been given. Here's the item that was directed, so we can follow, so everybody's on the same page.
Does the 60 days put us any further into red territory?
Not any further than where we are.
I just want
The-
to make sure we're being proactive and
Yeah.
are aware of their.
Water right now.
Well, my
Well, I
understanding.
mean, it's the baseball field's been set.
Well, my understanding is, and I don't know, so I'm just asking this. My understanding is baseball, the city has an agreement with them through 27.
That's correct.
Okay. I know they wanted to make some improvements out there, and I told them, I said, well, that's your decision to make.
Right.
Based on the terms. I told them, I said, we have an agreement through 27, so you guys need to do what you need to do.
Right.
Okay. All right. What else you got?
I think that's it, Mayor. If y'all
Okay.
have questions, please hit me with them.
Just one for me. I saw the Paper Street ordinance.
Yep.
Is there, and I know multiple boards are working on review of other ordinances. Is there a way that we can just get just a quick list of what ordinances are being reviewed and or drafted up, just so we have awareness as far as how many are out there that people are working on? Just a quick list, nothing
Sure.
too crazy.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to think in my head how many ordinances we have. We don't have a lot going right now.
There's two or three that,
Yeah,
like this one's left over
personal
from last summer.
policies,
There's a couple of,
Parkland.
okay.
What's that?
CZO.
Yeah, the plant zoning.
Well, those are ZZOs type things, and such like that. Recommendation, CZO makes recommendation back to council. Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to,
Hold on. Are you
Ma'am.
gonna go down the line?
oh, did you have something
Oh,
else?
yes.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead. I'm sorry.
On the, schedule for the, redoing of the streets.
Yeah.
Who chose a weekend? And the reason why I ask this is because one of the areas is marked to be done on a Friday, Saturday. And Saturday is when people are at home and everything, so there's gonna be more traffic on the roads. So I just don't see having it done on a Saturday as a wise.
Yeah, that's good. Well, contractors doing it in part based on their availability.
Okay, I'm just looking at, there's gonna be added traffic, kids are gonna be outside playing and everything. I just don't see having it on a Saturday as a smart option, really, but it's just me.
And then to add to that, thank you for providing the paperwork for
Oh,
a
yeah.
copy. But the one thing that was not annotated on there was emergency services. So you're telling folks to stay off the road from certain time to certain time, but in case of emergency, I think that verbiage needs to be in there or discussed with HOA or somebody.
Oh, it is in the information that's going out to the citizens. Jeanette. Yeah, Jeanette
packet
from
that we
Public
were
Works. The little 3 pages that she gave us earlier, it was in there. I think it's also in the packet, but it does very clearly state that emergency, if you are driving through there, and it's a $750 at least fine if you're driving through that area, but emergency services will be allowed to go through. So it is there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing is we are coordinating with the ESD and obviously our local PD to let them know that this is what's happening.
Is that fine set because it's a construction zone? Chief,
So, and then on your,
just wanted to ask you that.
notification,
Seems kind of
notice that's
strange.
the notice that's going to be sent out to people says weather cancellation procedures, and it says scan QR code for updates on rainout days. What if you don't do QR codes? 'Cause I don't. Oh, well, but if it's on a Saturday, she's going to answer? Okay. Is that overtime approved? I'm just saying, we're doing the budget. Then I have a question for Scott. I didn't see anything regarding the AT&T doing the work in River Bluff
Yeah. What?
and the issues we've been having with it.
So I know we've been coordinating with AT&T. In fact, they had a meeting this morning to talk about, or yesterday? No, it was today. Yeah, I know it's been a long day. It was today because we were off yesterday. a long list of things, expectations that we have for them, and one of them is notifying folks. So I don't have it in front of me. I can read it to you, but
Well, no, I'm talking about they've gone through water mains.
Right.
They turned around and busted people's water lines on their side and then cross-threaded a meter. Right now, they're getting ready. They just told my husband and I today, they're going to put the boring machine right on top of our water meter, right next to a power pedestal we just had installed to bore across the street on top of a gas line. So that's an issue because there's no, that's all that's right there.
Yeah.
So that's why I think that way everybody else knows, hey, we have this AT&T project going on and that these are the issues because they're blowing up my phone. And so I'm going to be blowing up y'all's phone saying, hey,
Yeah, so we again we had a coordination this meeting just out a coordination meeting with them this morning.
well, and that's just like they started digging before you even had the pre-meeting. I mean,
Right.
so it's,
They haven't
This
been
is a
great.
contract.
This is a it's not AT&T.
But it's
one
still-
of their
But still,
contracts.
there's a
They're
permit.
not-
Yeah,
they're not doing.
there's a permit or something. So it just an update on that would be nice because I didn't know there was a meeting today and I'm the council person for the area.
Well, yeah, the meeting was with our staff and their
It-
folks.
But still, knowing that there's issues going on,
Right.
you could reach out to me. Hey, is there anything else that we haven't heard about?
Sure.
And I can load you up with that information.
What?
Then, in regards to Garza Creek,
That's coming up,
okay, well, he has it in here too.
okay?
I saw that there's the listing, because I see Brianna's reports in here too. The listing, yours got updated, says Garza Creek. Brianna's stuff has parentheses Garcia Creek. The RFP contract has Garcia Creek.
Yeah, we didn't have to take the RFP because it had already been issued, but that's why you see those.
The family is calling me though.
It's Garza Creek.
It's Garza Creek, and I
Period.
brought that up to you 2 months ago. I mean,
Yep.
we really,
Right, but that's why those changes have been added because you brought it up.
okay, okay, that's all I have for right now. I'll wait till we get the Garza Creek.
Ms. Schreiner, did you have anything?
I do not.
Mr. Marchman? Mr. Tobin?
Good, sir.
Okay, if there's no other questions, comments, we'll move on. Mayor's report. Well, let me write one real quick. No, here we go. The FY 27 budget, this is more for the people that are listening out there. Yeah, we started with our first of a series of budget workshops today. And over the course of that, we have 8 of them that are planned to talk about every different aspect of it, so council can get an idea on discussing a potential line item budget. And then once we get all that together, then we'll break a proposed budget and start bringing it out to the public. So, but everyone is welcome to attend. They're open meetings. So, and they're going to be generally set at 3 to 5 p.m. in the afternoons, most Tuesdays, but watch for the agenda postings. Capital improvements. We're going to be discussing many of those as we talk about different department budgets. The city, for anyone that participated in some of the budget stuff last year, you knew we came up with, the city has, let's put it really blunt, several $1 million of reserve funds that are available to use for capital improvements that we plan or hopefully work with council to prioritize some projects to move forward without the need to issue additional debt. For example, which we talked about, the street paving, council's approved $600,000 in street paving projects. It's supposed to be starting very quickly and hopefully working throughout the summer on a lot of those. So thank you for that, folks. Going to the development agreements, the city council's been very active over the last several months in working with the developers to get amendments in the agreements based on some things that they've asked for. Of course, we've asked for some things back. And even though we approved this the last council meeting, I just want to reiterate again that in one amendment, The city will receive $100,000 to go towards parks as soon as their PID is funded, hopefully in the next month or two. Then if they plat another 12 lots, we'll get another $100,000. And then when they plat, they reach 400 lots in a subdivision that's supposed to be almost 600 lots. When we get 400, they'll give us another 200,000. So we believe that's a pretty big win for the city, which that was not in the original agreements. That was all going to be paid at the end. So that'll be funds to help support our park systems. The other one that's very important to me that I know we said last week, but I just want to reiterate it again. A group of the developers came together and have agreed to fund a 750,000 gallon elevated tank at an estimated cost of about $8.5 million at no cost to the city, and then be dedicated back to the city, part of our system. I think that's a great thing for the city, and we should all take a victory lap on that one. The next one, we have a proposed agreement that hopefully will come back to us in the next month or so, and as those get approved, then we'll be able to discuss what benefits those would help provide the city. But we're looking forward to those too. The next one would be citizens' involvement. I would call on everybody, like we do on a regular basis, to volunteers to help serve on some of our advisory committees. We have several of them, be it, of course, the commissions, the Planning and Zoning Commission, the Historic Landmark Commission. Then we have the Regional Park Board. We have the Library Board, Parks and Recreation Board, apologize. The Library Board and the Airport Board. There are certain positions that are always up every June. We're looking for all the volunteers that want to get involved. All of these boards and commissions serve an advisory role to the City Council. So it's your opportunity to get involved in the process. And that's about all I have. Thank y'all very much. And thank the council for everything they do. And please reach out to your council person or myself or Mr. Dixon if you have any questions or comments or anything that you need some help with involves the city. We'll make sure it gets to the right department. Thanks. All right, let's move on to discussion of action items. Item A.
What about the liaison report?
Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped over them. Let's go to the city council liaison reports. Okay. Wow. We have those. Airport board meeting.
Nope.
We had no meeting. Historic Landmark Commission.
Nope.
Mr. Marshall, we had no meeting. Parks board meeting, May 6th. Well, since we don't have a park liaison at that time, do we have anyone? Nicole, you were still on the park board at that time, weren't you?
I was.
Would you like to give us a little brief overview of that? Or would that be appropriate since she was there? Yeah, sure. You
wish
weren't.
could
I
say
was
that
not.
I had my notes. I did not.
Okay, well,
And I wouldn't want to misrepresent any of the work that they're doing.
that's fine.
Um,
I think they're doing great, and we'll go from there.
Put it that.
Move forward.
Okay,
Trust in Adriana,
Li-
Callie, and the
library board, May 14th. Well,
That was the same thing.
the same thing. Planning and zoning, May 13th. We're going to look for one.
All
Miss
right.
Solis.
Yes, thank you.
That was the day after you became a council
Yes.
person.
Yes, I just
So,
had
yes,
to go to the
ma'am.
other side of the table there. Planning and zoning, we discussed the parkland dedication ordinance, the active transportation plan, temporary storage container ordinance, and draft sign ordinance, revisions and attendance procedures. The proposed parkland dedication ordinance is intended to help establish standards for how future development contributes towards parkland and recreational space as the city continues to grow. Discussion focused on balancing development feasibility, maintenance capacity, park usability standards, and flexibility through land dedication and fee in lieu options. The ordinance received positive feedback and overall, but will return for additional refinement before moving forward. Parks and Recs did a fantastic job. They're putting in a lot of work into that. The board also continued discussions on sections 4 and 5 of the draft sign ordinance. The active transportation plan was recommended to move forward to City Council for consideration, which we'll hear this evening. The temporary storage container amendments separating residential and commercial regulations were recommended for approval. The board also discussed quorum concerns, the need for additional members and alternates, and the importance of members notifying city staffs, specifically Brianna, as early as possible if they will be late or unable to attend. It was a great meeting.
Well, thank you very much. Let's move on to discussion and action items. Item A, discussion and possible action to award the design build contract for the Garza Creek Drainage Project. Would anybody like to make a motion on that?
I'd like to make a motion that we award the contract for Garza Creek Drainage Improvement Project, design build services. Well, I want to stop real quick because I've got a question.
Okay, you want to just stop on that?
Yeah, I'll stop on that.
Okay. Is there a second?
A second.
Motion and second to approve to award the design build contract for the Garza Creek Drainage Project. Now we're going to open up for discussion.
Okay.
Ms. Martinez.
So I've never been one to go with lowest bid. And looking at the middle bid, it's only a little bit more. Hold on. Wait, no, is that the right road?
Yeah, it was just.
Oh, yeah, no, this is the wrong one. Is it right one? Am I looking at the right one? JDK.
So the lowest was
7:35.
735. The next one up was 746. Not reference that one.
I have a question.
Okay, no, it's, I was looking, that's another one. But no, so I had a question. So when we were looking at doing this, there is $1.3 million worth of unused drainage funds based off all the money numbers we were given to look at. And if we only use $735,011 on fixing this part, can we use the remaining $564,989 to fix the drainage at the intersection of River Valley and River Meadow, which is the #1 drainage project that's listed from Public Works that says notes once we have the Garza Creek fixed, then that can get fixed?
I'm going to answer that one, and I'm going to tell you that's a city council, that's another discussion.
Okay.
Because the money is for drainage projects.
Mhm.
We get whatever bang we get from this buck,
Mhm.
and whatever's left over, council can decide what they want to do
Okay.
on another project.
Okay.
Yes,
I-
that's my position.
That's right. No, you're correct. I was just going to mention that there's also a minor, the old US Highway 90 project. I think I only mentioned this to the mayor, but I'm going to mention it. Well,
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, once we award this bid, we more than likely will seek a change order. But it'll depend on the contractor and whether they're willing and able to do an additional small project. But I'll bring that at a later date. It doesn't matter.
Okay, I have a question before you go any farther. The the low bid, 735, okay, and the next bid is 746. But the 735 says there's an add-on of $11,000 for performance bonds. Aren't we legally required to have performance bonds? So if we're legally required to do it, did everybody bid with performance bonds and this one left it out as an add-on? And if so, how's that compare once you add that in?
So
So it's not 735.
okay.
Dan, I'm looking at you. We're required to have performance bonds, payment bonds, all those bonds. Right. But a local government's required to have them. Thank you.
Okay, so I did not look to see if everybody included that in the calculation for their bids that they put in.
Okay.
But I do know that the next lowest one, based off of their design that they inputted with those big like concrete walls on the side, is not feasible for that Garcia Creek drainage.
Okay.
So regardless, they would still come in the lowest even if there was that $11,000 add-on to that.
Because of the type of design?
Yes, sir.
Well, yeah, because of the lowest qualified. The next lowest qualified, if we're to go with qualifying wall, would be that 980.
No, I understand. I just wanted to make sure, I'm not arguing with you. I just want to make sure we do this the right way because we didn't specify a design when we bid it.
No, we did not. So whenever they went in and they did their bids, then they provided what they thought might be recommended for that area. But when looking at the bids, the one that was at 747 or 745, sorry, I
Right.
have it somewhere.
735,
Yeah,
Right.
746 was next.
yeah,
Right.
it was, we just, we also ran it through the engineer and the design they proposed for that was not a good design for what we need to do there.
Okay.
They didn't actually do we gave them the limits, Mayor, where we just kept talking about, here's the limits of the project.
Right.
They didn't, their project was smaller than the limits of the project, so they didn't even really.
It didn't cover the full
No,
project.
there's a number of things
Okay.
that were wrong.
Okay.
there that-
Well, that,
Yes, sir.
not covering the full limits is a lot easier for
That's
me to
huge,
swallow
yeah.
than we didn't agree with their design.
Yeah.
When we asked them to design build.
Right. Well, their design, I'll just tell you, you wouldn't agree with it either because
No,
their
no.
design was to go in and reshape the.
Sure.
Which is fine if you have a lot of property and you're going to go, but
Right.
like right up next to that bridge
Right.
structure, you have that property that's on the south side.
Yep.
There's no, you can't reshape at an angle of that property. You'd be eating into his backyard basically. So it wasn't, their design we didn't feel like it was feasible. Even though I understand they were coming up with the design, it wasn't good.
Okay. Ms. Solis, did you have questions? Mr. Shea? Mr. March?
I got one follow on.
Excuse me,
Oh,
Ms.
sorry,
Ms.
sorry.
Schreiner.
Skip me.
No, I'm
No,
coming
fine.
back. Everybody gets a shot.
You're
Now,
good.
okay. Yes, Ms. Martinez.
After we award this, when would we look at start date?
So after this, I'll send the letter of award to the person that y'all choose tonight, and then we'll get the schedule out from there. They did include schedules with their proposals, so I believe this one was a 3-month timeline, 3 to 6 month timeline. But
Most of them were 6 months.
yeah, maybe, yeah, 3, I don't know, whatever their timeline was, which they were all in the same area of timeline. So as soon as we get that awarded, then we'll get this project moving.
Are they looking at staging the material near the site?
Yeah, so what was been told to the what's been
So the
told to
one
all
on-
the contractors, it'll be on that city of Castroville property that they
So
can,
the one that's around the corner.
that's correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because we got a problem with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how are we gonna let citizens in that area that utilize that area know it may impact their ability to go around there?
We've already talked extensively with the citizens that live right there, so they do know.
What
that
about River Bluff? We use that bridge all the time.
So it shouldn't, I mean, there will be some traffic calming, but you should still be able to get over that bridge, so that shouldn't affect you going over that bridge.
But we'll
Yeah,
we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
no,
We'll look at their schedule and talk about that. Hey, until we really get this guy, get this group hired.
Right,
We all
right,
hire
yeah.
and start that comment. These are all good
Yeah.
things to raise.
Yeah.
One of the things that we're certainly learning over and over is the need to communicate about this type of stuff, just like we brought up earlier. Emergency services and having those discussions. People got to live their lives.
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Okay.
we'll have those conversations. We've got the staging area set up. We'll get the construction timeline again. They gave us a rough estimate. I'm looking at it right here. I think it's on page 130, 140, 139 of your packet. It's got his preliminary project schedule.
Well, I'm going to ask back the same question. I'm going to look at you, Dan. Okay. Well, actually, I want to ask you first. The 4-foot chain link fence, what would that be for?
that's gonna be for that area that goes down into the creek, and so that's an additional $25,000. Y'all can award that tonight, or y'all cannot. But it was not included in the original scope for this bid,
Okay, forget that.
Why?
because that's not something that
No, but why even fence it off?
Oh,
It's just an
because
option.
It's a really, once they put in that wall, it's a steep fall.
Mhm.
So it's
it's
about,
gonna be
it's really about
concrete.
liability and safety for the city.
Yeah.
It's something that,
So that would remain permanent.
Yes, sir.
yeah, this would be fencing that we install on the top
Yeah.
to discourage people from going down.
So it'd be attached to the rails that need to be replaced?
It's gonna.
No, not the rails, the bridge structure here. We're talking about along the channel. So above the improvement.
Mhm.
And again, we'll have to look and see how they attach it. Whether
Yeah.
you're putting steel poles in the ground or if they're actually attaching it to the top of the concrete walls. But
Okay.
I'm back to my attorney here. And the word of the day for me is liability. Okay? The bulk of this work is on private property. Okay? So we are making drainage improvements on private property. Do we need to fence it? Or is it a private property liability? Yeah, we're making the improvements to a drainage around their private property. Okay, so that's 25,000 add-on. The performance bond we already talked about, that's 11.5 add-on. So now we take that 735 and we've turned it into 770. Okay? I know, and I'm fine. I just want to make sure that, and I agree with what you're talking about, if the designs on the other one is not sufficient and they don't cover the scope of the project, or the limits of the project, we can deal with that. The other thing that I would ask for, and I'm going to ask you, Brianna, and look more to my attorney while I'm asking that, is who's going to write up the contract documents? I'm not sure.
No, we just have the bid. We just have the bid right now.
So there's no contract documents
No.
drawn up?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Can you clarify that? Because we're going back and forth trying to find a schedule. What was the thing that we're going to add to the contract?
Well, I'm looking right at it. It's on page 137. The bid is 735,011, and there's an add-on option, $25,000 for the 4-foot chain link fence.
Yep.
And 11,596 and 11 cents for the performance and payment bond.
Right.
You got to have. Got to have those. Those are required.
That has that as an optional add-on.
Well,
the performance. Well, here's the thing that. Wait,
I'm just asking.
okay.
We want to make sure that they pay their subs before we pay them.
Right.
Yeah, we don't want claims back against us. We want to ensure once a project is started, it's finished. Okay.
But I'm sorry, on the contract, you're adding these back? Is
Yes,
what you're
ma'am. The
saying?
735.
Okay.
011, and then add the 25 for the fence and add the 11,596 and 11 cents
Okay.
for the performance and payment bond.
Okay, thank you.
Are you, ma'am,
Yes, sir.
do you understand what I'm adding in there?
Yes.
Okay. So is there any other discussion?
Just on the fence, Mayor,
Yes.
is that chain link, these houses, from memory, back up to that creek? And I understand the liability that we're generating, but I don't know if even though it's ours and our right to do, put up for liability, is there should we survey those people? I mean, that's kind of on us.
It's there's been some work back and forth on that, thinking
Chain
about
link
it.
fence,
but-
enforce that on them. Is there another fence that would be better? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see the design of where that's going to go, because we don't even know exactly what the limits are right now. We know that it's probably going to be at the top, but what it looks like and all that stuff, we don't know. And we can always have those conversations with the property owners.
But we're talking about fencing it through the area of the project.
Yes,
Not
no, it's not
beyond.
going to be like down the, no,
Not beyond
it's in relationship to the project, but I
Right.
just don't know exactly where that is.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. I know you had a motion to approve it. Do you understand the numbers I proposed?
I've got the total.
Yeah, what's the total?
It's 771,607.11. That's to the penny. You could easily just say not to exceed 775. Be safe.
Okay. You
Okay.
yeah. With the not to exceed 75. I know you have a motion to approve.
I got it.
You just want to add that dollar amount into it?
Yep.
Not to exceed.
And awarding. She actually didn't state
So
who she.
I move
I
to
know.
award the
I'll
contract
let you modify it. Okay, go ahead.
for Garza Creek Drainage Improvement Project Design Build Services to JDK Associates, Inc. in the amount not to exceed $775,000, and authorize the city administrator to negotiate and execute all necessary contract documents subject to final legal review and confirmation of all required bonds and insurance.
Right. You're directing the city attorney to work to prepare the contract.
Correct.
Okay?
Yep.
Motion.
I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Oh, gosh. Thank you. This has been a long time coming.
Yes.
Let's move forward. All right.
Mayor, if I may, I would like to make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to make a motion to conclude this meeting at 8 o'clock due to weather, pending weather.
I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to end the meeting not later than 8 p.m. due to the potential for the weather, the dangerous weather coming. Any discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, ma'am. Let's go on to item B, discussion and possible action on the active transportation plan.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone this agenda item as it is an extensive plan and framework. I have concerns regarding the proposed restriction or closure of access points along Paris Street near Highway 90, including potential impacts to businesses, bus routing, emergency access, and funeral procession routes. I also believe additional review is needed regarding broader connectivity to major community destinations such as the library, regional park, and Lions Park.
Okay, a motion to postpone till when?
Next 45 days.
To bring it back in 45 days?
Yes.
Yeah, July.
The first meeting in July.
Okay. Anybody want to second
I'll
that?
I'll
second.
second. Oh, I'll let Tobin have that one.
Tobin,
second.
motion made
Tobin.
and second to postpone the discussion on this and action on this item until 45 days, which would come into the mid-July. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
That will be July 14th, council.
Okay, wonderful. Item C, discuss take appropriate action to award a contract for the discussion and payment of a parking area at the Castroville Regional Park. I'm going to ask that this be taken off, that we don't do anything on this, and we follow the process for sealed bids. Turn it over to our engineer to make plans and specs, and put out sealed bids. And let me just qualify this statement before somebody says anything else. Texas Government Code 2252.031 requires engineering for public works projects in excess of $20,000. So I propose that this be pulled back, sent to the engineer for plans and specs, and put it out for sealed bids. And if there's no objection, we'll proceed.
Just to make sure, what parking lot are we talking about?
I want to add both parking lots back since we're going to do sealed bids. Because the top one, actually either one, if you do one of the two, they have to involve the engineer.
Okay.
Okay? So if we're going to involve the engineer, let's do it all as one, put it out for sealed bids.
Can
One project.
you tell me what you referenced? Because I thought the engineer was required for public safety and public. There's two caveats to that.
A public works project, which be a parking lot, things like that. The county don't have to for the roads.
I didn't think they had to for parking lots either.
Yeah, it's a public work project. I would turn to the attorney, but it's a public works project.
I need to look at that definition, Mayor, but it's okay.
I looked it up today.
I'm good with it if you want to go through this process, but I just also want to make sure that y'all understand, and I'll do for my own education. My understanding is parking lots didn't fit the definition, but I will verify that.
Okay, please, because
Yeah, I will.
I specifically looked that up for a parking lot.
So we've already advertised it once, we pulled
I know.
it, now we're gonna do it again.
Well, now what we're going to do is give it to the engineer, and then we're going to advertise it.
Okay.
Because it's a
I
public
just want to
works
make sure, 'cause I
project.
didn't want people to be confused when they,
It's a public works project in excess of $20,000.
How long do you think that'll take?
I don't know.
Because you're involving an engineer to get them to
Yeah.
design it.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think it would take that long, but they may want
It
to do
won't.
soil samples, and they may want to take
Okay, they won't. It won't
survey,
take long.
that kind of stuff.
Okay, move on. Discussion, possible action regarding traffic congestion, construction impacts, roadway concerns, and TxDOT coordination efforts associated with east side growth near Walmart, FM 471, Alsatian Oaks. You know, I want to apologize to everybody for getting that 200 and some odd pages and having to print it. That's my fault. Because I know from previous employment that the city had a lot of this information that had not been shared with the city previously, or excuse me, with the current council, maybe a previous council. So I believe we should, at least I've been here a year and I haven't seen it. But sometimes it's good to know, it's good to understand, because in laying out these, while they're not final plans, now all of y'all know exactly what turn lanes are going to be at the Walmart. So when you see that going on out there and you say, what the heck is going on? Now you have a plan that tells you what was going on, because they're doing everything according to the plans. Okay? Now,
I just
I
want
was-
to let y'all know, though, there's a few of y'all that spoke up and said you didn't need them.
yeah.
By that time, I'd already started.
No, I know. Deborah
I just
Deborah
want
asked me.
them to know, and they're probably thinking, "Oh my gosh!"
I said, only
Yeah.
print them if they ask for it. But that's
So
okay.
it was a little late. And it takes me a while, but
You did
y'all have it for life.
You did
now.
great, but blame me for it. But I was asked about this because, if nothing else, even though we don't have control over TxDOT out there, I think this is important for us to know, to at least be knowledgeable about what's going on. So while we don't want to be definitive on answering any questions about what TxDOT is doing, because that's not our place, but we have a general understanding. Chief, you get your hands full out there. I mean, there's accidents all the time, people turning this way, that way, they don't understand. It's a
Go
work in
right.
progress.
You just go right.
Yeah, right? The traffic backs up, I think, today past Dairy Queen.
Yes,
Uh,
yes, it did.
And then in the afternoon, it backs up past Victory Lane.
It's generating a lot of poor decisions.
Well,
That's a good way to describe it.
but it is not all. You, as in my unqualified opinion, TxDOT permits are here, or TxDOT construction in Castroville is here to stay for, I'd say, at least another 2 to 3 years, because the rehabilitation at 471 at Sammy's is going to be let next April.
Yep, making it a fourth.
Then after that, it's the whole thing through the through the town.
Mhm.
So we're talking, it may be finished there, but it's marching its way through town.
Well, is there anything that the city could do to better inform our citizens? I mean, I think multiple departments have their own social media pages to communicate to our citizens. Is there anything that we could do?
I don't know. I would have to turn to maybe John, Public Works, or the PD, but a lot of times they get a general idea on when the work is going to be done, but you don't know the exact. And then, of course, if their traffic patterns involve something off of the highway, then obviously we've got to become involved. And then we're going to become, or the city's going to become more involved as we have to start relocating utilities, which even compounds even more. Chief, you got any thoughts on that?
They didn't do it during school.
Well, that's true.
And I know like Pizza Hut, the smoothie place, Bush's, Sonic, they're all complaining about that new median there and everything.
Yeah,
What's coming out of Walmart is going to go down to that light.
Yeah.
Have to turn around.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
permanent. It's
Well, I
there to
know,
stay.
but I mean, for people
But it's a
coming from
change.
this way,
Yes.
just to go to Pizza Hut and all
Sure.
that, they have to get around that concrete median. Yeah, the workers there all been.
If you looked at the plans, you'll see even ultimately going east on Highway 90,
Mhm.
you will not be able to turn left into Alsatian Oaks.
Mhm.
You have to go down and loop around and come.
Yeah.
Or when you're coming down Highway 90 from the west,
Mhm.
you cannot make a left turn on 471. You have to come down and do a loop around.
Yeah.
There's a lot of changes coming.
Well, I was told that this is how 281 used to be,
Yes, ma'am.
and it was a hot mess.
Yes, ma'am.
Now I understand. That was before my time, before I got stationed here.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
what were they thinking?
But Valerie, you make a point. If we're aware of what they're doing, do our best to inform people.
I agree. And, I think here in the agenda report, it was the developer supposed to notify the city. And that, that sometimes they do not. And I guess my question is that mentioned in the development agreement with Alsatian Oaks? No?
It is my opinion, and of of course, John's gonna say they don't do this, and that's okay, I got it. Within the city limits of Castroville, TxDOT has historically kept the city informed of their activities when it comes to reconstruction or construction. Even if a turnout from a subdivision, the city would have input because that turnout crosses our utility lines.
Right.
So, but to what degree, I don't know.
Okay.
But if, as we become aware, I agree with you. It's a good thing to let people know.
I did invite TxDOT to this meeting in case they had someone who might want us to
Mr. Rips?
Give us a belly
I
button.
reached out to the guy that we've been communicating with about the whole project.
Okay.
Named Jason Gunn. Very likable guy, very nice guy, but he declined that.
Oh, you know, you're not gonna,
Be nice to him.
I don't want to say, it's a strong word.
Timeline.
You're not going to fight with them because it's a TxDOT
TxDOT.
highway,
Here's
and
the,
they're going to make things work.
Yeah.
We're just here to try to help stress to them our desire to make this as easy on our citizens as possible. Sometimes that can't be done. So,
Do we have a complete image, forgive me if we do, Mr. Dixon, of what the final will look like from Walmart?
it's in your paperwork if you piece it
Oh,
together.
yeah.
well, Walmart all the way to 471. You mean?
Yeah.
It's all this.
Yeah.
No, the short answer is no, nothing definite. Now,
But these are-
there was a streets thing, a super street
Mm.
concept that went up to Victory to 471
Mhm.
South.
Yes.
We had that, but that was very preliminary, and it was showing because it was part of a set that TxDOT released from 410
Mhm.
all the way to here. So they're showing that what it was going to look
The
like.
expansion.
410 and 1604, and then from 1604 to 211,
And then the
211
super
to
street.
here. But I know for a fact that stuff has changed because you
Yeah.
can see, like the stoplights that they had put in, they put them in and then they immediately decided that was a bad idea,
Mhm.
and so they aren't using those. So I haven't seen anything since that, and that was 3 years.
You got to remember,
It's been a while.
more than 25 years ago, probably closer to 30, there was discussion of putting those concrete medians down, doing away with the center turn lane, putting flower garden areas down
Oh,
the
yeah.
middle of the highway, making it more of a boulevard type.
Well, they had that in the UDO too, that didn't get approved.
Well,
Well, we talked
the
about
city tried to get TxDOT to do that 30 years ago. TxDOT said no.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah,
said no more recently to that too.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
When that same guy was designing the EDO, we had a big.
But
big-
realize Highway 90 going through town. I said this before. I know it happened in a state highway in Lafayette, Louisiana. I know it happened in Dixon, Texas, because my daughter, my son live there. That shoulder, just by a simple painting of a line, can be turned into a third lane. Just that simple, and make 3 lanes both ways with a left turn. Am I right, Chief? Just by restriping it. And there's cities that do that all the way up to the curb. So so sometimes we have to be careful what we ask for.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I will say something real quick in the sake of time. I will come back with a recommendation at some point on the conflicts that we do have for the work that TxDOT did let us know about. There's a water, sewer, gas, and electric.
Yes, sir.
So I'll have more of a better idea as the plans move along.
Okay.
Because if you do approve us coming in joint bidding with them, I think it's a smoother transition. Traffic wise, we don't have to get, they'll work in those adjustments as their project proceeds and so forth. So I think it's just a better way of getting through the project.
If you're open to it, I'd like to ask Tobin to be kind of like involved in some of that stuff to see what's going on with his expertise in streets and stuff like that. It's whatever. If you have time, kind of.
Yeah, in the past, I'm reminding you because I don't think you were here. There's the prior council actually appointed a TxDOT committee,
Okay.
and I want to say it was
It was,
Mayor and Phil King
and Paul Carey,
Paul Carey.
they went to meetings.
So
We can-
if
we
you
can
could
do
do
that.
something similar.
We
We can committee for TxDOT, and
We can look into
we were
that.
having regional coordination meetings at one point.
Okay.
Really, TxDOT was pushing that. And
Okay.
Kind of just fizzled.
Yeah.
Question, could TxDOT put maybe further down this way that they're doing work and, for people to be patient, this is what's going on, what have
A
you?
message board,
Yes,
that would be nice. kind of ahead of time.
That, yeah. And that
I
way
mean,
people aren't getting irate
it would,
as they're inching their way to the bridge or what have you.
Communicate to the powers that be that the city council of Castroville has requested.
We're asking for a
Yeah,
message board about mid-cities.
It just will help.
Tell them what's going on. But
Would it be asking a lot to add a flyer to the utility bill?
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we already have one.
Construction updates.
We have that newsletter, and we can put something on there.
They can work on that.
Yeah.
They can work on that.
Yeah, the city. One of our problems is the lack of information that we have, and then putting stuff out there that isn't correct because it changes. And
Right.
getting rid of changes.
Okay, we good? All right, thank you very much. Let's move on to item, am I on E?
10E.
Right, E.
Gee,
Discussion and possible action regarding code compliance priorities, enforcement consistency, staffing, capacity, and coordination with permitting and development oversight. Whew, that's a lot of stuff. All right,
That is a lot of stuff, sir.
well, I want to tell you what I'm going to do, Chief, before we go farther. Valerie,
Yes.
Ms. Solis, excuse me, you asked me about this item. Would
Yes.
you like to take the lead on this?
Sure. I am just more, I just like to be more informed of the actual process when it comes to notifying citizens of a potential violation, Chief. And I know you have a slide within
Yes, ma'am.
your presentation of the kind of the workflow. If you could walk me through that, that would be great.
Essentially, what we have, some of our stuff, I know the councils and prior councils and everything else, we've been going back and forth, proactive, reactive. Our main focus is that compliance. Typically, when we get, some of them are not complaint-based. There are actually some observations of that code compliance officer. Others are complaint-based from a citizen, which was really prevalent during the election time that we went through. Essentially, we want to notify the owner of said violation. We give them approximately 10 days to take care of that. If it's not taken care of, we get a notice of violation. It's still not taken care of, then we move to the enforcement, which is the last part that we want to do. When you look in enforcement and abatement, that's always a hot topic, a sore subject with people. And so we try to gain that voluntary compliance. We also understand that some people are having difficulties, whether that's physical, they can't do it, or something like that. We have reached out to church groups before. They performed some stuff before. And we've actually reached out to another lady that she finds joy in hoarding, basically cleaning up hoarded houses and stuff like that. I don't know of anyone that she's done to date, but we did meet with her and discuss that. So she's another partner resource that we can go to with that. There are some things that look at that some people will say, well, it's been like that for 20 years. It's been like that for 10 years. I've gotten my backside chewed out before in my office from someone, well, why don't you do something? Well, we are doing something. We've had people that have had multiple citations. And I don't want us to be the judge, jury, and the executioner. I want us to go forward. If we have to, bring it to the court. Let the court be that decision maker. We don't need to be that decision maker. We're only going off a city ordinance. Here's the violation, and here's your remedy to fix that. Sometimes people are fast. Sometimes people are slow. Some interpretations of, a weedy lot. Well, they're going to mow, a perimeter of 20 feet around it. Well, they still got 10 acres in the middle of it that they need to mow. We fought that battle last year. We're probably fixing to fight that battle again on something like that. The chart in there pretty much outlines that process. The thing that further in there, the city has struggled with, well, let's just go in there and knock everything down and then we'll bill them. Well, then you get into the homestead exemptions. You get everything that brings a whole host of issues that we have to deal with. And quite frankly, there is a cost to some of that, significant cost. When you open up that can of worms or whatever you want to open that can of, that can be whether there's hazardous materials on the location or anything. And I know that bringing that up and everything else, a lot of the stuff that we look at is, and I'll bring it up again, the campaign stuff that we dealt with. It's like, okay, well, that person's got his sign here, that person's got his sign there. Is it in the right of way? Is it an easement and everything else? You know, typically we did, well, not typically, but we did reach out to the Republican Party and the Democrat Party, say, hey, look, here's the rules and regulations, please follow them, and try to do everything we could, but we're not picking up signs. There was some discussion during that time frame as far as a right-of-way, and I said, it is a right-of-way. We need to get them moved, and you know, it's unfair, and you've got people coming in, well, they're related somehow, some way, they're bringing it forward, and then when it's personal, they're not very happy. So we had to deal with some of that. There's also the issue that I've seen when someone, it's like almost like a, you know, not a payback, but you can tell that there's some axe to burn. And that's really frustrating for us, looking at it as far as, okay, well, they reported on me. Now they're going to go around town and find the exact same thing somewhere else. So we try not to play into that. We recently moved code compliance to the police department. We've upped it a little bit where we're actually doing daily reports rather than the monthly reports. We're still doing the monthly reports. We're doing daily.
If I moved, I want to clarify because what he means, it's been under your reporting structure for over a year now, but we physically moved the code compliance officer into the police building.
Right. And I think that helps oversight and everything else. I really do. And it's kind of a learning curve, coaching her and getting things done. What should be said, what shouldn't be said, notifying people properly and everything else. We are not perfect. Nobody is. But I do think that right now, I think it's probably going in the right direction. I really do. And I've heard it from, like I said, people come in my office, well, why hadn't this been done previously? Well, we've only had a short time, and we're trying to fix stuff that, as you mentioned earlier today, kicking the can down the road. It's some items need to be addressed. They have to be addressed.
Is it in your professional opinion that workflow is being executed on every single complaint?
Yes, because we've got it, and we actually document that and send this slide to iWorks. Some of the items that brought to my attention today, I went back and started pulling some items. There's the report, there's the discussion, and there's actually photographs within these documents. There was one that I did see that it was combined into one, and it should have been two separate ones. That has been since remedied, but that documentation is in there. And that's the important part, because, I mean, you well know, you've been in the military, that if it's not documented, it didn't happen.
Right.
And I think that's the conversation I previously had with the mayor as far as the documentation, whether it's us, you know, filling out the reports, and myself and Lieutenant Knudsen looked at it from the standpoint of, okay, do we have a better workflow than iWorks? Why reinvent the wheel? We've actually listened to vendors. I think iWorks does the work. You can go in there. It's not a Word document, but there is documents. It's in a paragraph form, and it allows you to pick up those photographs and put those photographs in there. So you see a before and you see an after. And I think that's really important, because somebody will say, well, why wouldn't it take care of? Well, here's a photograph. It was taken care of. They may be re-violating again, you know, by putting something back up or something like that. But that's the documentation that we have.
Okay, because I was going to ask you a whole slew of questions as far as your process internally,
Oh,
but
you're
it
good.
sounds like you're working on that.
Yes, ma'am.
But outward, so that workflow facing outward to the citizens, like, you know, step one notification. Well, I would kind of like to see that a little bit refined, more so notification with ordinance in violation of, instead of waiting days to gain that information, and contact information being asked for upfront. So, and I'm not going to tell you how to, but I would like to see that as a refined process that you can hand to any citizen, saying this is exactly how it's executed.
Right.
But that's just my own.
Well, and I don't want to get in your stuff, but I know what I was a code enforcement officer here before, and based on a complaint, be it from an individual or I received a lot of complaints from city council. So, yeah, it's amazing. When your city council would want to give specifics to a particular place, and I would say, no, if you want me to do that, I'm going to do it to everybody. Of course, that didn't set very well. But anyhow, the point I'm getting at is, first is the officer who has to go, help me here, is compliance through cooperation and education first. So the first step is to go and meet with the person and say, this may be, this is it. But the point is, the code enforcement officer, when they go, they need to know what they're talking about.
Yes,
So when they bring up a concern,
yes.
that they have support information to back up what they're saying is a concern.
That's correct.
And then while they're doing it, the observation, notes and whatever, if there's not compliance through that education, then they have to fill out a formal complaint. I mean, it's all documented, but you fill out a citation or.
Yeah, you give a notice of violation
Notice
first
of
and
violation.
everything else. And a lot of, like, I had a
First is-
conversation.
The first approach is, hey, you got this problem, we need to correct it. You don't actually go and notice violation, do you?
No, and what my instructions were today was, if we go to a person and go to them as far as this is a violation, I want that ordinance given to them.
Sure. That's what I'm
And
getting
I
at.
think, yes, sir, and I think that, and that's a little bit, as I'm reading one of the ordinances, I mean, what you consider,
Right.
something we may consider as rubble or something like that, or debris that needs to be removed. So that's interpretation, but that's not, if we see it, in my opinion, that's the court's decision to make that determination.
Correct.
It's like a case, if we bring a case before a prosecutor, we're going to bring that. The prosecutor, it's their challenge to prove that.
Right. The way you read the ordinance, this is a violation. It's up to the courts to decide if it truly is or not.
Correct.
Absolutely.
One of the things that I noticed after the last time this presentation was made in February, I think one of the things the council requested, or may have been suggested, or something along those lines, was that this be made public. And so this is on our website. The presentation he has, such as it is on the website. But we're also getting at another element, which is when there's violation, how to communicate with that person.
But I think the chief is spot on. When the officers go, they need to know, almost Bible and verse, what they're going there for. Have the support. Can't say, well, I think that is, but I need to go back and check. No.
Correct.
You need to be able to be authoritative in a way.
Well, it's kind of like when you look at it I tried to explain it in several different ways, and it's like, okay, if I'm giving a speeding ticket, I'm not handing someone out the Texas Transportation Code violation of speeding. Some of those are given, but I think when you get into city ordinance violations, specific ones, that they need to have that in hand.
Yes, sir.
And I think that's part of the education aspect of it. And there's a lot to, we've worked with people before vehicles. Vehicles are always a hot topic. We've allowed extra 10, 15 days for some type of family hardship, getting a brother down from out of state to get the vehicle moved or something like that. I can tell you that 15 days that we gave them is much quicker than it going through the court system. And it's a win-win.
Sure it is.
Right.
But also, but the same token is, I know this is a hard thing for sometimes staff. Your officers are great. You go in there, they're citing an ordinance violation. They're not here to argue with you. They're not here to do this. I'm citing an ordinance violation, and here it is. And you can always discuss this with the chief if you'd like. Move on. And move on.
That argument aspect is easier said than done.
I know it is. I know.
Thank you. I believe Councilman Houston has a question.
I'm sorry.
I do. We did this in HLC, and it really helped clarity on the board. But we had an Excel tracker of what we saw as a code compliance problem. And it was on a monthly basis, and that's how often we updated. But it got you to see what happened, what the next steps are, what the current, what we did so far to get here. And that kind of cleared the air and people could see it. Do you guys already have that? Can you share that with us on a monthly?
I can get you a copy of it. And the one I mentioned before is that here's the incident that happened.
Right.
here's the initial report,
Right.
here's the follow-up report, and here's the case, whether it's closed or whether it's still active. Exactly. So it gives a step-by-step process. It's not in Excel. It's kind of like it is I don't know what document it's
It's
in.
like an access database.
Yeah. So, but it's really tells us what's going on down that list, and we track
Case
that.
open, blah, 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 case closed.
Yes, sir.
I can attest to it because we have junkyard
Yeah.
in my district. The people ended up skipping town, warrants are issued for their arrest.
So something that I would like to bring up
Yes, ma'am.
is in the course, and please forgive me if I'm speaking too broadly, but one of the things that I want to make sure that we're not treading into is that as a part of the council, the governing authority that we have really is about what we would like to see and then why we want to see it. But the actual executive authority of how it gets done is something that I feel like we're treading in that water and saying, what does this policy look like? What does that spreadsheet look like? When do these things come up? And so I don't know that that's exactly what we're doing, but I feel like we're getting on that train, and I just want to be mindful that we don't get into the hows of things, because that should be staff authority. That's all.
No, and I acknowledge that as well. I think the information presented to us is fair game as council to discuss, especially the workflow. And if we're discussing refinement of that workflow, I think it inherently comes with what that means to us, and then further discussion and how staff takes it. That's how they run with it.
But because we're asking them to enforce ordinances, and if there's something that needs to change on our end that would help you, we need to understand.
What I can do is probably look at it, and I'm sure the attorney's sitting right here to the right, and he'll tell me if this is cool or not.
Yeah.
But what I can do is actually take one of those reports and redact the names and addresses and show you the process of how that report looks when it's completed.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna tell you.
Nicole, and you're right in the fact that we don't want to get down telling them how to run the process, but we need to understand.
Well, you need to understand it. I think in fairness, you need to.
That way, when the citizens come ask us,
Correct.
Right, because we see our neighbors say, why,
Mm-hmm.
why, and if that would help us.
Oh, you asked Chief, when I answered him, I said, well, it appears, or they allege this, or can you look at this? Because I don't know, if you don't mind.
I will tell you that I spoke to one of the chiefs in the San Antonio Metroplex area, and he told me, he said, do you have code compliance? I said, yes, I do. And he goes, man, he said, I do almost as much work as a code supervisor than I do as a police chief.
Yes, sir.
No kidding.
Yes,
oh, I believe it.
yes.
Chief, question. How many contacts do you think you guys on an average day, just for code compliance?
It varies, but I would say probably anywhere from 5 to 10 contacts, because there's paperwork attached to it. Like today, something came up and, put the brakes on it. We got to get some reports. So the contacts were,
But Tobin, let me answer that. It wasn't that many years ago before the chief. It wasn't that many years ago. Code enforcement was by complaint only.
Reactive.
Right. So, but what they've moved more towards is, it's not like they're going out and looking for problems, but they're actually theoretically patrolling. And if they come across something, they address it. Am I correct?
correct. And we, like I said, mentioned earlier, I can't understate the ideal of compliance. That is our goal, is the compliance to get this remedied. And I think that's what we're here for. And I think that's important. We can't lose sight of that.
But it's compliance through education and cooperation.
Correct.
That's a primary goal.
Yes, sir. And we can always do better. We're going to strive to do better.
So I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
When it comes to dog bites, how is that handled? Does code compliance go out and do it?
That's animal services.
That's all animal.
All animal
But
services.
is nothing put in the system or anything?
Yes, it is. The same thing with iWorks.
Okay,
And that's documented in there as well.
okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, anybody else got any questions? All right.
Are we also gonna have a permitting presentation?
Did we want to go through permitting? Yeah. Why don't we go real quick if we don't mind? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir. Look forward to meeting Messi.
Brianna? Brianna, do you want to do the permitting process really quick? And I just want to, while you're up here, I want to make a couple comments to you. I don't know the guy's name. Dang it, I wish I did. We were in Bastrop last week at the TML Small Cities Conference, and Bureau Veritas or whatever, they were a primary sponsor. So I talked to him, and I was just trying to get some more information about the work they do here and what he offered, and it might be something for you to consider. He offered, is the person that you primarily work with out of Pleasanton?
To be honest, I don't know where their
Okay.
station is at.
He referenced that that's the area guy that takes care of us. I may be wrong. I don't know.
Do you remember
But-
the name by chance?
Huh?
Do you remember the name?
I
by
can
chance?
get it to you. I have his
Okay.
card at the house.
There's one gentleman that does stop by. I don't want to say often, but every once in a while.
What he offered was maybe something you want to take him up on it, was an opportunity to come down with not necessarily in a full-blown presentation, with maybe a couple of us, myself or somebody else, and actually specifically tell us what they do and how they do it in working with the city. Because I was asking him questions about plan reviews and re-inspections and things like that. So I'll give you his contact.
Okay, sounds good.
Yes, ma'am. If you just want to go a real quick broad stroke on what a permitting process is from start to finish,
Okay.
please. You got 2 minutes.
All right. So for those of y'all who don't know, I didn't introduce myself last time, and I apologize. I'm the Community Development Director, Brianna Soto. So I'm here for all your permitting and development needs and a little bit of everything. So let's see. Okay, so tonight I'll walk through how the city's building permit and inspection process works. So this presentation explains when permits are required, how permits are issued, how inspections are done, and how non-compliance is handled. The process is designed to be fair, consistent, and practical. Two guiding principles: life safety and preservation of property values. And the rules reduce the risk to occupants, neighbors, and emergency responders. Okay, so the roles and responsibility in the permit review process: the city accepts applications, checks them for completeness, and then coordinates the review process. Technical reviews are done by either Bureau Veritas, who Mayor just spoke about, which is only for residential, and then Safe Built, which is for commercial. The city manages the process but does not do the technical inspections. There can be a disconnect. The public often assumes the city performs all the reviews in-house. That's not the case. We use third parties because in order to do those reviews, you have to have extensive knowledge of mechanical, electrical, plumbing, structural, all the things. And in order to find somebody like that, we would need 10 different people, or, we'd have to hire a lot of people to get that. So all the reviews are done by third-party inspectors, and all the inspections are also done by those same third parties. Let's see. So when is a building permit required? So permits are needed for new buildings, additions, remodels, and most electrical, plumbing, and mechanical work done in the city. Permits allow the city to verify the safety and ensure zoning compliance, and it just prevents unsafe construction being done in the city. So why does a complete application matters? So applications must be complete before reviews can begin. Common missing things: owner information, construction valuation, plans. An incomplete application slows the process down. And so in order to reduce the delays, if you're ever talking to someone, make sure that they completely fill out that application, because that's the first thing we recognize whenever we send it back to them, is if there's something missing. All right, so the building permit application process. So applications are submitted to the city. The city checks them for completeness. Plans are routed to review, like I just said, either to Safe Built or to Bureau Veritas. Corrections may be issued. Applicants revise those plans and resubmit to the city accordingly. The fees are paid, and then the permit is issued. Actually, the fees are paid. Sorry, that was out of order. Fees are paid after we get the application. I invoice the fees. They have to pay those fees before we even send them out to plan review. So we get paid up front for those because we do get charged on the back end from those third-party contractors. So we do have a contractor registration requirement. So all contractors for electrical, mechanical, and plumbing have to be registered with the city. And we do even require general contractors, solar installation, pretty much anybody who's doing work in the city, we require them to register. There's not a fee for that, so we just tell them, hey, there's not a fee, but we would love, we need your certificate of liability insurance, your driver's license, and if there's a trade license associated with that, then they have to submit that as well.
They have to produce a state license?
That's correct, yes,
If
sir.
they're in a trade, it's not required to be a state license?
Not a general contractor.
Okay, general contractor doesn't have to.
No, sir.
But they register at no fee?
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
And then, so plan review and review timelines. So residential reviews are done by Bureau Veritas. We've already stated that. And the commercial by Safe Built. The typical turnaround time is about 10 business days, give or take. Residential usually takes about 5, but we always like to give a little cushion. You just never know. If they have a large workload, sometimes that time can go longer. And then for commercial, same thing. It's we usually actually tell them about 14 business days, because even though they may get it done right at 10, in order for us to process those plans being sent back to us and they get that building permit turned around, we need maybe a day or two to do that as well, because we're not just sitting there waiting at our computer for those to come in all the time.
Do you have I talked to him and he said that when they're doing plan reviews, if someone doesn't have everything, then they notify them and they keep going. I said, do you charge extra? He said, no.
Mm-mm.
So my question is, if you get somebody that's really stubborn, okay, it could be, theoretically, they could still have an active permit application but never get a permit.
That's correct. Yeah. So we typically will go through our system, and so does Bureau Veritas. And I believe the cutoff is 90 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was my question. When do you just say, you didn't comply, go away?
It's typically 90 days, and we'll follow up usually with just a follow-up email. Hey, are you still pursuing this? And if you're not, please let us know, because we're going to close this out. They don't get those fees reimbursed, because we've already sent those to plan review, and we're going to get charged those regardless.
Yes, ma'am.
So we don't reimburse the fees at that point, but at least we know we can close it on our side.
Brianna, question. Who does our third-party review?
Bureau Veritas does residential, and Safe Built does commercial.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
The same folks that do they have a full service. They do plan review and inspections.
And we have them on our books?
Contract.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Contract with them.
All right, so the codes that we use we use all the international building codes. So everything is 2012 building code at this time, except for the National Electric Code, which is 2014. And then from our own codes of ordinances, we rely on the sign ordinance, which is chapter 24, and then the chapter 100, which is subdivision. And then for zoning regulations, we use the comprehensive zoning ordinance.
Have you ever considered updating the codes to more current, or does the building folks at Veritas, do they recommend that, or is it just?
No, so we've talked about it a little bit. I think when I very first came on, what was that, like 7 or 8 years ago now? Yeah, it was something that was talked about, but then you look at them and there's not a lot of changes that are happening. So it's almost and what happens is they come out with these new codes and then they find faults in those codes. So then they have to go back and do a revision. So really, if you do update, I would say only maybe the 4 years prior instead of the every 2 years. Okay. But that's something we could look at. And actually, Bureau Veritas, I believe it was the gentleman with Bureau Veritas, said if we ever wanted to go through that process, they would be more than willing to send somebody out and try and identify differences in what we use right now and what we could adopt.
Just wanted to ask. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. Okay, so permit fees and invoicing. So all fees are added to the application after it's processed, and I invoice those fees. I kind of already went through this. And then all the fees must be paid prior to it going to plan review. And I won't move forward if it's just something that stays in-house with us, which is just a few applications here and there. I don't move forward with that until I've gotten paid also for that staff. And then this just ensures that we're funded for those services that we're going to be getting on the back end. So, and then let's see. And then permits are issued after plans are approved, and we make sure all the fees are paid. That's just another way to double check to make sure all the fees are paid. Approved plans must be kept on site, and they must be followed exactly. If there's any if there's any changes that are going to happen, you have to come talk to our department to make sure that it's okay, and those plans will be re-stamped if they're approved at that point.
Sure.
That's if they come up and say we have deviations of the plan,
Yeah.
right? And I know you gave this brief a couple of months ago, and I think that was one of the questions from council. It's like, okay, so since we don't have anybody out there kind of scouring whether or not they're
Yeah.
following the plan, it's up to the neighbors really to kind of question kind of what's happening, or how does that work?
So they are inspected. So
They are inspected, but they're only inspected for things that have been reviewed. So
Okay.
Bureau Veritas sometimes doesn't review against all of our zoning ordinance. They only review usually the setbacks, the height, things of that nature. They don't review, I don't know, if it was on a corner lot and it's facing this way. Like, there's a lot of detail that it can get into. But most of the time, the neighbors do let me know. Yeah, they do let me know, or they let code compliance know. And we just have to kind of take it as it comes. We hope that when people make changes, they'll come to us first. But you're right, that doesn't always happen.
Okay, so when they come to you and citizens come to you,
Mhm.
then what's your next step?
My next step is say, well, you have to submit what you're doing so we can get that
No, if a citizen has a complaint.
the first step is to contact the builder.
the builder.
The person who pulled the.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
Sorry, I thought you
No,
meant
you're
when
okay.
they. Yeah. You contact them and just say, hey, we've been told that there's something going on, and I may even drive by there myself just to go see what's going on, if I can get out of the office. And yeah, we'll make contact with the builders and just say, hey, there's something going on. I don't personally go issue stop work orders, so I may lean on code compliance to go do that for me if I feel like if something big is happening. But we try and make contact first.
I have a question that probably more for Dan, because I've been asked this before. Active building permits. Okay? Active construction building permits. Are those plans available for public review? So if there's a construction project going on that the city issued a building permit for, and somebody wants to see those plans to see what's going on that property, they have a right to it? Thank you.
And anything that is filed here in City Hall,
Right,
they can do an open records request.
Right.
Information request, and it's,
so is there, that's a curious, because that's been asked before, when a project's being done and somebody wants to know what is going on over there, but they can get that information through a records request because it's been filed with the city. Thank you.
I just want to.
I just wanted to ask that, because that's been brought up.
2 minutes to 8.
I know. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
yeah, and just to piggyback, we do actually get those quite often.
Okay.
If we send those out, I don't have any issue with that. I mean,
Got it.
they're supposed to be right there on site. Yeah.
I'm
So-
sorry for taking up your time.
No, you're good. So yeah, we do that. If people request them, we'll send those out. Okay, so inspection requirements. Inspection occur at every stage of the construction, especially if it's new construction. There's a list for both residential and commercial that they get for those inspections that are required. So they must meet all those, and it's like a milestone thing. So if you don't have your plumbing rough, your rough framing, all this stuff, then you can't move on to the next inspection stage until all of those are completed.
I know you ran out of time. I want to ask one question.
Yes, sir.
Is there a requirement for somebody to post a building permit on site?
I don't know if it's a requirement, but it hasn't been enforced. If that.
Okay, the city doesn't.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I don't. If there's
It's a
some-
question that gets
Yeah.
asked too.
Yeah. And then and like I said, they're performed by Safe Built and Bureau Veritas regarding on residential inspection schedulings. There's no same day inspections. We do require a 48-hour only because if something comes in at 4 p.m., we have to get it to inspections by 4 p.m. And so we do say that we have 48 hours to turn around that inspection because it's almost impossible to catch them all the time that same day. And then they're only requested Monday through Fridays during the hours of 8 to 4. Inspection questions or concerns. The first contact is the assigned inspector. So if there's a question about the inspection done on a property, I always tell them, contact the inspector. They're the ones that looked at it. They're the ones that they know about it. Because you can ask me all the questions you want, but I wasn't there and I don't know what happened. Yeah, so you contact that inspector, see what's going on. Because most of the time, 99, it's something so simple that they just need to put a bolt on something or something just didn't turn on correctly, whatever that was. So simple. And usually that clears it up right away. But if it needs to escalate, that comes to me, and then we may have where we sit down together, go over it, and see what happens. Sorry, I know I'm going fast. Okay, changes to approved plans. So like I said before, if you're changing your plans, that has to come to me first, so I can see if it's going to be approved, and the approval has to be done prior to the work being done. If it's not, then you will get a stop work order, and you will not continue with that project until that change has been approved. And if it's against the plans, or if it's not approved because it's not in with the regulations, then you will have to remove what you just did. So, and we've had to have that happen a few times. Okay, work not included in a permit. So owners and contractors must ensure the work is permitted. If unpermitted work is discovered, corrections are required, and a stop work order may be issued. A work without a permit fee applies when construction has started prior to the issuance of a building permit. Even if that was the day before, if we find out that the construction has already begun and you have not gotten a building permit for that, we will put a work without a permit fee on your project.
Wonderful.
Yeah. And that work without a permit fee is double the cost of the permit fee. So if your permit fee was $200, then the work without a permit is $400. So now, therefore, your permit is now $600. When if you could have just waited a day or two, you would have gotten it. So.
Okay.
Okay. And then stop work. This is how compliance is ensured. If maintaining compliance during construction. I already did that. Sorry. I'm just going too fast. This is right here. This is what we use. This is our work system. It just shows us what's being permitted at that time. As you can see, it's color coded. There's some that are closed, approved, pending plan review, fees not paid. It just gives us like when one screen what we can look at and see all the information that we need as permitting. And not only do I have access to this, my permitting assistant does, and so does Public Works. So if somebody comes in to the front desk, the girls can also just at a very brief glance see what's going on.
This is the same system co-compliance as
Yeah.
services using.
They track everything with that.
And then how to apply. So we do have an online building permit, and actually a lot of the new builders utilize this. So if anybody wants to apply for a permit online, they're more than welcome to. I feel like it speeds it up just a little bit, but we're pretty quick in the permitting office if they want to come in and apply in person as well. Good. And then actually just one thing that you said about the plans earlier about asking for them, you can actually search existing building permits on here, and you just type in the address and you can see what's being done and all the documents that have been uploaded to that permit. So You don't even have to come to me. You can do that if you want to, and it's just right there.
Did you update the thing? Because last time you gave this presentation, I asked about, all right, how does the people know do not start construction until you have an approved permit?
Yeah.
Is there something on there now that pops up?
Yeah, so it does say at the top of building permitting that you have to have a permit for these items before you can do any work. So I hope that's stated well enough. But if people are going to do it, they're just going to do it. So, and this is just a quick look at our screen that I use, and it gives all the contractors, the inspections, the fees, payments, all of that good stuff. So all in one space. And then this is just from the public side. Like I said, you can go look at this and you can see if there's inspections been done, if plan reviews been done, the contractors that are associated with that building permit. And then when code enforcement gets involved is when if there's something being done that's not approved, and it's been made to my attention, then code enforcement might get involved. If I can reach out to that builder and just take care of it, I will. But if there's no reception or receptiveness, then I reach out to code enforcement. And then so work is done without a permit, stop work orders are issued, repeat non-compliance occurrences and public safety concerns exist, and that's when I usually contact them. And then the final thing is a certificate of occupancy. After all the inspections have been passed, all the fees have been paid, and you will receive a CFO, especially for new builds, for residential and construction, sometimes remodels, just depending how extensive the work is. Okay, and then unless you want me to get into HLC stuff. No.
Well, I think we're good on that. Are we?
Yeah.
Are we good? Thank you, Brianna.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm trying to move through. I'm sorry. Talk too much. Item F, consider and take appropriate action to adopt a resolution recognizing the City of Castroville Public Works employees as first responders during National Public Works Week. My understanding, based on the agenda report, that they're not ready to discuss this, so we just need to let that one go for now.
So we're not going to take action on the item, but if you want to just take a moment, last week was Public Works Appreciation Week. We do appreciate our Public Works employees and all of
Always
the
do.
city. They were celebrated at their office, but
I do want to let you know also that last year at the TML annual conference, there was a motion made for them to legislative action support to make Public Works employees first responders. I actually jumped up and spoke on behalf of that, and I believe that should be. However, it was defeated, and TML did not take up the charge to do that, to make Public Works. But I still believe y'all are, because I'm a Public Works guy at heart. Okay? Thank y'all for everything.
Tobin, I
know.
see this as dash and dart teams when we've had this disasters.
Okay, discussion on future agenda items. I'm gonna tell you all real quick, if you need something for the next one, you better get it in quick.
yeah.
Okay, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion adjourned. We made 8:00.
I got 7:59. How's that?
How about that? Yep, I do too.
I'm going to send y'all